Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Sorry for the delay here, but as you can imagine, it's always a bit difficult to get this stuff here going and be on time and kind of put all your thoughts into some kind of order that makes distantly sense or remotely sense. It's always difficult making these streams right after it. This episode, okay, so Fellowship of Fans, shout out Harry, yesterday we had this roundtable stream about episode 4 here on this channel. In case you have missed that, maybe check it out. Said something when we talked about what to expect from episode 5. He said something like, okay, that might be a very controversial, maybe the most controversial episode so far, because lore-wise, there is something in it that, well, is, let's call it, interesting. That's probably a good way to describe it. Also, yeah, good morning and welcome everyone here in chat. Nice to see you here. Sorry for keeping you wait, but you should be used by it when you're regularly visiting this channel. It's just kind of interesting to see. It's really interesting to see what's going on there. Yeah, we will have to look into a few details. Like, I also really want to work on a video, if I'm honest. But still, I would love to use this opportunity here to get some more knowledge and input in. Sasha, good morning. Awesome. Yeah, we have to talk about Eminem. We have to talk about the Stranger, and we have to talk about that Elrond. It's not the Elrond story, but the story about the Hithaiglier and the tree on it. But yeah, it's kind of interesting episode, I have to admit. I have to say, overall I liked it, to be honest, because it is, like, pace-wise and so on, it was kind of, I think it was a decent episode. The problem might definitely be the lore controversy surrounding this episode. Okay, Snoopy did not like the episode at all. But yeah, we have to talk about the Balrog as well. It was somebody called that we will see a Balrog this episode. Also, I think yesterday in the stream, he was right as well. We saw a Balrog, which is kind of surprising and confusing, as Snoopy puts it. Yeah, I definitely think this is an episode that, in a way, some people will be completely triggered by this episode and hate it, and I think some people will love it, because I think in its foundation it was a really good episode. But yeah, let us maybe start discussing the episode really fast. Probably won't. I don't make any estimations how long this might take, but I just want to get what is needed out of the way. So yeah, the episode starts and we see the Stranger and Nori talking to each other, which is always interesting. Let me just do some stuff here in the background, because that's always required. And I need to look further into this conversation again, because it seems the stranger starts picking up some words and so on. So yeah, I would just simply talk about the stranger a lot, because that is probably what is the most not the most interesting part, but one of the more interesting parts of this episode. What was the deal with stranger and eyes? I'm asking myself the same question. Mortal souls diminish. Yeah, they should have phrased it that their immortal bodies diminish. That would be the correct way, though. In a way, first the bodies diminish, then their souls diminish, because that is what is described for the elves as fading, which is a thing in Tolkien's universe, and I think they reference it here, but they did a poor job explaining it, probably, in my opinion. Now, the problem is, like, you definitely see how much time they wasted on the first 2 episodes. They should have just started with Numenor, but it would be too much for the first episodes anyway, in a way. It's just complicated. Stranger the Witch King? No, he's definitely not the Witch King. I'm 100% sure about that. Though you could make an argument seeing the eyes. Is this the idea for the Witch King, Ryan? Because we also know that the Witch King could control like the weather to some degree and is associated with, or his grip is associated with eyes. Yeah, blue with it is an interesting idea as well. Yeah, maybe that's also an interesting point, because we see the half-foot migration path. So they went past the swamp. Let me just... I'm not even sure if I showed this image here or not. Just show it here for a moment. Yeah, we'll do a lot of searching the images. Also, the wandering part here was pretty awesome, I have to admit. Like, with Poppy singing and so on, I like that quite a bit. That was pretty cool. Like, when we criticize the half-foots not being poetic, I've not looked into the poeticness of this song and whatever. I don't probably won't look into it too much, but because I'm simply not an expert on poetry. But still, I pretty like this scene, the landscape shots. This, by the way, isn't this landscape shot here isn't that these rock formations we see? Isn't that the same stuff we see for when they approach a Weathertop in Lord of the Rings? It looked familiar. Let's put it that way. Let me just see if I have like a good weather. Maybe I even find the screenshot for it. Hmm. I have a very specific screenshot in mind. A very specific shot in mind. And we can get that information. Or maybe I hope I find it. What could I have called it? Nope, that's not. What could I have called the... I know I have a screenshot of that. I simply don't know how I would name it. Can't go through all Strider screenshots if I'm honest. There's just too many. Oh, it was a later shot and it was not around the Amon Sul area. I have it set that I don't find it. I know I have it. Ah, I know. I think I know. Maybe it's this area here? Also have to look at chat. Also welcome Kaya, nice to see you. Yeah, fading is at least according to Morgoth ring, it's the affair consuming the Roa. But yeah, we'll discuss this in a moment. Also too much stuff going. It took me too long to find this image. Would you chat? I know it always takes a time for you to catch up with the stream, and I'm talking to you like a minute from the future. Would you say that this might be the same area here? I have to admit, for me, it's currently tiny and hard to really see. But I think if you go further, you also see these formations there. I think it's Strider walking with the hobbits. Very curious what chat thinks. Yeah, or when the riders find the hunters in the plain. Yeah, there might be also to tower reference there. Maybe they used this from different angles from multiple places. Yeah, Nature of Middle Earth might reference it as well, that's true. Has too much stuff going on. Yeah, into the Silmaril dwarfs Mithril plot we'll look in a moment. Yeah, the raw meat reference. I kind of found that funny, to be honest, but I can see why people might not like it. Let me just move on here. How do I call this scene here? Because I find that very interesting. The beginning was pretty neat, I have to say. Good old Harfoot power. Let's say Nori, family, stranger, wander, singing, something like that. Should give me an idea. I just make markers into my thing here. Yeah, now we zoom out of this. And here we have the map. If I would happen to press the play button here, you see the line moves downwards. So we have the limelight. They started somewhere here. These are the Rovanion Hills. This is called Wheatbrook. This is definitely where later the Dead Marshes are. So they're going down south. They go into the direction, if we look at the map, so the limelight on the map that we see is this place here, this river. And yeah, we also see this curved river here, the Anduin. But they don't go close the Anduin, they go down here. Which is kind of interesting. And they go down further south. So here are the Dead Marshes later. And we see them here on the screen as well. I assume these are the Dead Marshes. Maybe the proportions from that one map to the other are a bit off, but it's going to be a map stream again. Maybe. Venatil, welcome, nice to see you. I was so happy they added maps. Yeah, pretty awesome. I like this episode. Hopefully the reviews won't ruin too much for me. I also have to admit, I kind of like the episode, but I can definitely see that people will definitely dislike this one. I can, like yesterday, Fellowship of Fans said that this might be the most controversial episode so far, and I would agree. It's map time again. And even in the episode. So here, they go down the Undercliffs. I would love to zoom in this map here a bit. But yeah, you see they are also quite close to Mordor and they're going further south. So I assume somewhere here they go down and maybe go into the direction of the Dead Marshes. Which is very interesting. And here in this at this time in the show, at least, they are called the Grey Marshes. So they go around these places here. I'm not 100% sure where they are going exactly. But it's kind of funny. Because, yeah, it's hard to see, but I assume this little thing down here might be also one of the Mordor mountains that we know. And it seems they really then go through the Dead Marshes. Now they go east. So in the scene transition next, we see this basically. So the Dead Marshes, and we get the transition, and we see this card here, and it looks, yeah, marshier than the Grey Marshes. That's, I assume, what we might see here map-wise. Pretty interesting stuff. And here they struggle already with their card in the, what is it called? Yeah, this watery place here. Kind of interesting, isn't it? I wish they committed to using the map or not. There wasn't any episode now. There wasn't any last episode now it's back. I guess they usually, if the location doesn't change, they probably won't show the map because they need all the time for all the story stuff they are doing. We also see these gigantic midges. Hard to see though. Also, worst face to freeze frame. But yeah, here you see these little things flying. Pretty big. Especially from the Hobbit perspective. So now they go... I don't know what the Trout Band is. It seems like they go further... they go further south. I assume these... Maybe these are like waypoints or so. Where the Half-Woods always go on their path. This here would be then the mountain range of Mordor. Maybe they're a bit further south. So where we suspected them... It's kind of interesting in that regard. That the maps that we saw previously are very confusing in that regard. Because I originally suspected that the Hobbits were actually already here. But it seems like that is where they are going currently. Which I find very unusual. If we look at this. Very unusual. So if we go back to the the mapping part. Although it seems like it's kind of important that we know where they are going. Else why would they go through so much trouble there? Also, I love the landscape shot. So they're definitely from the Brownlands. I'll just make a new marker here on my side. Let me just think for a moment. How do I call it? I call it Half-Wood Wandering Map. Probably good to have available, like... Huh. Okay, something is not working probably on my end. You need to be kidding me. Technical problems, chat. I'm not sure if it is a fault of me. That makes me a bit, that annoys me a bit, I have to admit. Sorry for being here a bit confused. How can I solve this problem, chat? I hate solving problems on stream program. Why can't you just set the markers? Either I have to restart my program or I just reached the maximum amount of markers I can have. That would be strange that there's a hard limit to it though. Because I really liked my markers, to be honest. Like, oh, this annoys me currently greatly that my stuff isn't working. Wait. Maybe because of that? Let me just double check. Okay, now it works. I think I found the problem. Okay, maybe I can set my marker here, which is very important for next week. So we could maybe also for maybe a recording I want to do later. I don't know why it didn't work for a moment. Solve the problem. So for the 20th times, I have to set it. Microsoft Paint's always away. Yeah, the problem is I don't know. So I find the wolf look more like walks than the walks. Thistledell and the braids. What could the braids be? Is this a place I'm not aware of? So I wasn't wrong with, or not, at least not completely off when I said this lake shot in the trailer analysis is roundabout the Rune. So they go further into this direction here. And here we have, of course, incomplete map information, it seems. I assume, though, this is kind of north of Mordor still. And they're really sitting inside their cart while it's raining and have a fire inside and have a good time. It's pretty nice. I would suspect they get potentially close to these mountains of Rune. No, I don't think they go down east to Ithilien. I think they just go further east here from this perspective. Is called the Braids. This particular lake part here, I think. Let me just check something really quick. Should have gotten the Atlas of Middle Earth, but I don't have it lying here. So if there's any information about this particular part here, then it should be in it. At least if it's released proper way. I would not get my hopes up too high. Wet Wing Dead Marshes. Oh, the Dead Marshes are further north. They went, I think, no, I'm not 100% sure, either through the Dead Marshes or they went through the Mindalf. Very interesting. I assume it's simply too little information for that particular area. She never have a map showing us what is south of Rune. Dorwinion is there though, so it could definitely be where people suspect Dorwinion is where they are going, which is an interesting place. Just currently going through the atlas in case people wonder. No, it just goes further down the line. Sadly, there is no. Oh, it's so unfortunate that there's no. The map is not continued there. But yeah, I guess there's simply no information of this particular area. So they moved the hobbits into an area we basically know very, very little about, which is kind of smart, I guess, but also a bit unfortunate in my opinion. Beyond that, we only have some of these details here. There's also... it seems to be everything we have about this particular region. Okay, well, maybe not. No. Information about the climate. Yeah, but Atlas of Middle Earth, pretty awesome. Let's continue. Yeah, also, we have to look a bit into this. Speaking of, Ranger is in their house, and I don't know, it's kind of cute how he becomes like part of the family. I really like that. Yeah, then we see finally this person here. Cultist. We have seen this in a trailer, and sadly we have not learned anything beyond that, I feel, except that she is indeed looking for the stranger. And of course the stranger is standing there and he's staring at the moon, so the man in the moon theory is, I think, still up for debate. Look at this. Pretty cool, in my opinion. And then later, the cultist, we see the impact place, so far behind where the hobbits currently are. Maybe I should switch it like this. No, I'm too far. Very interesting to see. What's also interesting about this particular part is definitely the idea of them. Maybe this plate or whatever the person, one of the, I don't know, let's call them assistants, is holding. Maybe it is very reminiscent of the moon. Let me just play the scene here again. Yeah, they said grey marshes, but it's roundabout where the dead marshes or the wetwang is. What is interesting, we have now a close-up shot of one of the helpers. What is like the helm design? What sticks really out to me there is definitely the helmet. First of all, we already noticed she has red hair, which also seems unusual. And if you look this, it looks like a hand that is like folded for a prayer or something like that. I find that quite interesting to see. And then she has some unusual symbols. And these, like we have an eye. And maybe, just a theory, these symbols are quite similar to what the stranger basically put into the into the tree. It's really interesting. This here is the other person. She holds this plate, and I assume if you look close to it, we might see like carvings in it that show like star constellation or something. Maybe these are stars, you know what I mean? Or it's just symbols as we just described it. I'm not sure. Probably it's kind of similar. She also has like a breast armor part or something like that. Very interesting. Let me just try to get a bit more sharpness into that. So we might see things better. That's basically all I can do. Yeah, also some stuff very interesting to see. Her helmet and seems different. Like, I don't know what this is. There seems to be some metal thing surrounding her neck or so, or it's part of her headwear. Very strange what this might be. And here we have the close-up of Eminem. But yeah, all three are female. We see the hand is black. For like there is, what do you call it? Of course, this opens on my main screen, not on the side screen as I intended it to open. But it's not too big of a deal. What was I looking? I forgot what I wanted to do, chat. But yeah, we see some stars here. Kind of interesting. But what did I want to do? I wanted to know what the word for... But yeah, there's this fiery smoke blackened stuff. Carbon black? Is that how you call it? No. The furnace black, channel black, yeah, something. But yeah, when you basically burn something, the black stuff that comes out of it. Oh, Lynn, welcome, nice to see you. I'm not sure if she's gender neutral or not, I can't tell you that, but to me she still seems like a female. And the decorations are still not too well to recognize, to be honest. But yeah, we looked at this in previous streams already. Now I have it. The resolution is a bit better though. But yeah, that's basically all I have. Looks a bit pale, like I have to say, like Adar. Interesting, yeah. Like they have a completely different vibe though from compared to Adar, I have to admit. Also, also the other person, I don't know. Like we see them standing up on the place, and then the next moment the she looks over and the priestess, the person in the middle, is missing. And then in the next moment, Eminem is standing below. Like it's not. She really teleports there. Maybe there's. So how did she got there from up there, and how did she get from above there down here? Like, kind of strange. And it seems like Eminem is now looking into the power. Here we are. Here we see the star constellation on the backside. Very interesting. See, that might be a constellation that is distantly similar to the one our friend is looking for. The problem will be finding that one. Chris, don't screw up so much. Put so much effort into finding the frame. And then I screw up again. But yeah, here's the star constellation. Let me guess, I did not mark the other one. I did not. That is not so smart. Not sure if it's exactly this star constellation. Hmm. But it definitely has to do something with the stars as well, which I find interesting. And it still looks different, I have to admit, but distantly similar. I would love to check the star constellation Nori found in Sadok's book. Question was, which episode was that? 3? I think it was 3, right? There's too many constellations on this map thing here. You see quite a bit of that. Let me just see if we find something. Why this episode feels better than the rest? Yeah, kind of it does, but it's also strange. It's P turned by 90 degree, so by P halves. P divided by 2, I'm not sure. P halbe. Kind of interesting. It was definitely episode 3. Hey, it was episode 3. Found it here. It's Pac-Man on the shield, of course. That is all the Pac-Man conspiracy going on there. I see it now. But yeah, it looks different. But we definitely see a similarity in regards of like stars and stuff. You know what I might see here? Like if you look, we have 2 circles overlapping each other, though we also have it on the other side. So maybe it's again an eye. First I thought it's maybe an eclipse, like the moon going in front of the sun or something like that is portrayed here. It is very strange, I have to admit. Okay, now I have, of course, big trouble. Because I have to bring the size back. No, I don't have. I didn't move it. That's good. I have to say, though, now if we zoom out again, like the red hair of this woman here kind of reminds me of Malenia, Blade of Miquella from Elden Ring. And here we see again that the hand of her is kind of really, really black. Kind of interesting. Yeah, then we have the Adar scene with the poor orc that has to hold his hand into the sunlight. Adar still seems to be immune to that though, so he can look into the sunlight. Maybe I should call the marker Adar sunbathing. Bathing. whatever the correct pronunciation is. Oh, I placed it again. Oh. We definitely noticed that Adar has seen better times, though. Also, we see how completely rusty his armor is. Like, it's really damaged and old, and I don't know. Kind of interesting in that regard. Yeah, we talked about it a moment ago with the stranger looking at the moon. Yeah, with the stranger, here's the moon. He looks up to it. It seems very interesting to see. So the Tillian theory is still on the table. But yeah, it's still strange. For Orcas to get sunburns. Then we have the Bronwyn speech. I did not expect that Valdrek... Also, who's that person here? Like, I have no idea. One of the hunters? But it seems like Bronwyn wants the people to fight. And Valdrek is on the side. Hey, let's maybe just follow this Adar guy, or Sauron, or whoever. And it seems, interestingly, Adar seems not to be Sauron. He's not amused when he calls him like that. So it really seems to be an independent force of that, which I found very interesting. Yeah, they always have problems in sunlight, though one have to admit they usually simply would be weakened by sunlight and not just start catching fire. But I think there might be a bit more that we have to explore when it comes to our friend Adar. Yeah, they fear it. Also, Spielkarl, welcome, nice to see you. And then Waldrek is coming up, and he has a better idea than fighting. He wants to say, yeah, like, maybe let's return to our old paths and serve Sauron again, or whoever the other person is. Kind of interesting to see. So the people split up, basically. Some stay there for whatever reason, and the others go with Waldrek. Then we have a jump to Numenor and see all the preparation stuff going on there. Pretty nice to see. We also find out what is going on with the sabotage that I found interesting. Isildur, like, interestingly, Elendil does not accept Isildur because he's really kind of angry at his son that he went into so much trouble himself, and he got so many chances, and he always spoke them up. But as we know, at the end, he still is on board. I like the desperation of Isildur, though I still don't fully understand the character. It also seems that Eärien is not a faithful, which is also kind of a surprise. We have to maybe explore this further, but I think the actress also said that people potentially won't like her character. So, kind of interesting in that regard. And Kemen is also kind of ambitious. And yeah, it seems like Halbrand has earned his crest now, however he did this, and is now allowed to forge, or to do forging works in Middle Earth. So it feels like, okay, I found my profession. But then he's summoned again, and yeah, Galadriel still has not fully understand that people maybe don't like it if she speaks for them, and so on. That's always like a problem. We have interesting interaction here. Also really like the set design here. Stuff looks pretty cool. Of course, it's strange that Halbrand knows so much. But what is also interesting to me now is that yeah, we see the crest here, and it's very similar to that of the dudes he just really hit hard. What's kind of strange though, he is at the smithy he saw at the very beginning of the films. Like, in a way, Numenor is a gigantic city, and he could have maybe asked another smithing person. There can't be just one smith in the town, if that makes sense. There should be more than just one. And we have, I guess, also seen other smith persons, if that makes sense. Still, yeah. In a way, it's a very big set, and everything looks so gigantic, but it still feels very small and confined, if that makes sense, due to this. I mean, it kind of makes sense, because it'd be strange if it would just announce 20 smiths to the show, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I also saw it like this, that Arya was really surprised to see Isildur go. Yeah, and then we have the interesting scene in the forest. And Malva and Sadok are discussing the bad omens that they see. Very interesting. And yeah, then the people are hungry, and it seems like something is different than from all the passes, the times they went to this pass. So it really seems like they have wandered this pass in the past already, so they are just on a defined route. And now we come to yeah, some interesting stuff here. We come to the walks fighting. We have seen this scene here in the trailer. And yeah, it again shows that the stranger is kind of a very powerful entity. It seems like yeah, these walks look still a bit like boars. Kind of interesting, but they're considered the wolves by the hobbits. But yeah, we also learned it's not a hat that is, it's just it's an accident, or maybe, I don't know. We speculated a lot about this here looking like a hat, but it's really just his sleeve that kind of turns into a withered hat, if that makes sense. Oh, interesting little detail. And then yeah, he really generates a shockwave. And look at these dogs, they're just completely obliterated by what's going on there. kind of cool. The computer does simply not want to play this now. And yeah, the walks are... he just sent the walks flying. Really interesting. I'm curious how all the stuff is kind of connected, because we also later saw Shockwave like this. Maybe it really has to do with a stranger. I don't think they get close there. Now from hitting the ground, maybe he has hurt himself a little bit or something like that. Like this doesn't look healthy, what's going on with his arm there. And we see him later cool it down. And that I found a very interesting scene. Stranger's clearly a cat person. Yeah, and then we come to the Numenorean sword fighting scene. Oh, maybe... yeah, I don't know. Continue with the stranger. At least a little bit. Because, yeah, the sword fighting was kind of cool. But Adriel just showed them how she can fight in a dress. Might not even be the ideal outfit to fight, but what do I know? And yeah, she tries to basically somewhat... let me just see if I find the shot. Teach him, like, I don't know, he doesn't... is he basically at the very end doing the thrust attack with his sword that Galadriel showed him a moment ago? Galadriel does a Neo from Matrix. It is true. Yeah, but he still hit her dress. I kind of like that scene, to be honest. You definitely notice that Galadriel is now in her element with the fighting, at least the show here all considered. Then Halbrand also does this cool I get the sword up with my foot trick. I'm just very curious how long it took him if he redid this trick, and it just took him a lot of tries to catch the sword like this. Kind of interesting. I also like how the person in the background saying, okay, cool trick. And then, yeah, Kemen and Pharazôn are talking to each other, which was also interesting. I also liked how he was looking at the other persons and all knew immediately, okay, we should leave now. I kind of found that pretty, like, in a way, made his character a bit more scary. Yeah, Farazan so far was an interesting character. Yeah, he's definitely power thirsty. That he made clear. That at the end, it will be the elves who will listen. But let me just see this scene. Like I really liked. I don't find it. Like, I like how he's just sitting there and looks, and everybody's just leaving. That in a way is kind of cool, I have to admit. Yeah, Farazon is planning building colonies in Middle-earth. So he has a very big plans in the meantime that Miriel might be gone. It might have to do with exactly that. And in a way, it's almost funny, like the ambitions, like Kemen completely opposes his father, if that makes sense. He wants to make his own ambitions, but Farazon is just simply too big of a heavyweight, if that makes sense, to even get close to that. And yeah, I really like the depiction. Like Farazon is definitely somebody you have to be very careful with. It's how they that in my opinion they made clear. The question is, yeah, shouldn't the Numenorean outposts have long established by now? I don't know when this plays. In theory, yes-ish, but maybe not. I mean, even in Tolkien's writing, it's not 100% clear when some of the outposts are exactly established in the Second Age. And we have to consider, even though we see Farazon and Miriel, the show is, we are not at the end of the Second Age here with them around. This is still early Second Age. We are, I don't know, in the year 1000. So, from that perspective, it's interesting. Then we have the scene between Miriel and her father, Tar Palantir, next. You're just currently waiting. Like, that's really interesting to me. Tapalantir Miriel, I'm not sure if they will think season 2. What are they? If let's pretend they keep the chronology of Tolkien distantly intact. Then what are they going to do 3 seasons? Because after the sinking of Numenor, all that is left is the foundation of Gondor and Arnor and the War of the Last Alliance. That's all that is left. I can't imagine that they will do that over 3 seasons, in my opinion. So I would expect the sinking of Numenor like in season 4 or something. I think we are very early in the history. Numenor is now establishing the outposts, and there's a little bit of power struggle inside of Numenor over time with Miriel and Pharazôn. But I think this is just the beginning of all of that. Yeah, that is true. Lore-wise, it would make more sense for Pharazôn to go, but I think this is not the final form of Pharazôn yet. I think we are still very early in that. Now, what are they going to do with 3 seasons, like with 3 and 4 seasons and 5? Like for me, that makes no sense. Like it's just too little story. Like we're talking about a few hundred years that you just blow up to 3 seasons, and then you just skipped over thousands of years. I don't think that would work, but we might be right, of course. But in my opinion, what they are going to do is, we see here all the setup stuff done in the first season. I think the establishing of Sauron, the forging of the rings, will be season 2, and then then the Numenoreans come again to help there. This, I think, is just kind of making the Numenoreans power hungry and establish their settlements or something in Middle Earth. I assume that is what we will see kind of here, maybe at the beginning of the next season, what they're going for. Season 3, like the war of the forging of the rings, and then the war that follows might be season 2 and season 3 in parts. And then we also have like the rings are basically given to new people, and then we have the Nazgul and so on. Then we still have the downfall of Numenor, which is a big part. Like we need the rings to be forged, we need the war to end, and we need the Numenoreans coming to get, like, if we just go by the book's chronology, get Sauron as prisoner, bring him to Numenor, and then we need the transformation from crazy Numenor to super crazy Numenor. Then we have the downfall of Numenor, and then the foundation of the Numenorian kingdoms in exile. But yeah, you definitely, like, in between we also could establish a Nazgul and something like that we might definitely see. Very curious where this will go. Quite the opposite to Eregion, which only has 1 inhabitant. Yeah, that's true. This show makes you root for the bad guys. Let me just, that's my program. Here it is. Let me just move a bit forward. It's kind of interesting to see how it's dynamic. It's also strange that Palantir says to her that only darkness awaits her in Middle Earth. But it seems like with now the elves and things going on, it seems her father kind of recovered a little bit, I feel, which I found interesting. Yeah, and then the next scene is probably very interesting. And still, for the fall of Numenor, they need to establish Sauron. Like, there's no way that they can make the fall of Numenor. We have not even seen Sauron yet. And to just, like, for the motive, like, just from a storytelling perspective, why would Sauron destroy Numenor when they're just on an island? Like, it would make no sense. You need to establish why Sauron dislikes Numenor and wants to destroy it. And only then his plotline, the fall of Numenor, makes any sense. And this can only happen, like, this is a big highlight. So I would expect it, like, in Season 3 or Season 4 or something like that. I don't see the Foundation of Gondor and the War of the Last Alliance to have enough material for multiples for 2 or 3 seasons. Like, I don't see that. Sauron not physically destroyed Numenor, but it destroyed it from its inner core. Like, he turned the Numenorians to basically to his devotees that do things. Like, he got there with the intention to destroy Numenor from within, and he was successful with that. But they violence the ban of the Valar because of Sauron. So Sauron is the cause behind that. I'm not sure how far they will go, but I would still say one of the biggest stories in the Second Age is the destruction of Numenor, and it would be just too slow. However they portray the destruction of Numenor, if the Valar destroy it or if Eru destroy it, does not really matter, because so far they haven't explained too much of Eru and the Valar anyway. Point is, it gets destroyed in the show, and the point is also that they need Sauron for that to make sense. And we have seen Sauron in one scene so far, out of 5 hours of content, and we only have 3 episodes left. So there's not much space to establish him. I would assume he appears in the last episode or so of Season 1. That would make most sense. He's like the big... Like, I don't know. I think they really want to pump up Adar as a very powerful villain for the first season already. And then they have like an interesting twist that shows like how small Adar is in comparison to Sauron. Like, I think they really want to build this Sauron guy up quite a bit. I'm not sure how they will introduce Sauron in what form, but I'm very curious what they make out of him, what we will see. Exactly, the Akala base. It's the biggest story of the Second Age, so they need to take some time for that. I don't think that Adar is a Balrog. I think he's just an elf. Adar is my hero. But yeah, I wanted to talk about this stranger now. And yeah, I don't know. Have you people listened to what he said? Like, he says a few things. He always says Kala, which means light. And he, at the end of this scene, starts repeating, like, first of all, we see this eyes. Like, he uses eyes to heal him in a way. Kind of interesting that this is the case. He also uses water, which I also find interesting. In this particular scene. And I've listened to while we're waiting for the stream to start, I've listened to it like many times, trying to understand what he says. And he says color, light. He says something like in vignata or something like that. I really tried to figure out what this could mean. Like yatta could mean join, it could mean something like neck. Vine could, I think vine means something like use. And atta with one, like atta with 2t in Quenya means two. Atta with 1t in Quenya would mean again. There's also the phrase vini meta, which means end of use, something like that. I also found interesting that this showed up in this dictionary here. But yeah, I'm really not 100% sure what it could mean, especially the in. In could be like a pronoun like the or something like that. I'm not sure what chat is understanding. Yeah, the healing with ice is strange if he is a Balrog. That it's language time. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I really listened a lot to that particular scene. Sadly, what I found unfortunate, it would help a lot if we, as like for Mana Ure, we got subtitles. For this, sadly, it only says speaking other language is the subtitle for that, which is very unfortunate in my opinion. In German subtitles, it's not even in there. It's only in the English subtitles. Maybe it's not in, it's N, I think. Okay, I found it, chat. It is it's I think N vignata. N vignatar means the renewer. That means to renew, to heal. So he basically says heal. And he just repeats it over and over. So N is the syllable for again. Vigna is for young or new, and tar is a causative verb suffix according to this dictionary, which is very interesting. And it appears, and that is interesting. Let me just think. What is MR? MR is a Morgoth ring, of course. Okay, so now let me just see what you see on screen. We just have to look up something really quick. Okay, I think we found it. It is in a Morgoth ring. Envignanta. We found. Yeah, Arda Envignanta. There we find it. That's the term for Arda healed. Or renewed, you could say. So Arda Mart would be Arda Hastaina, and Arda healed would be Arda Envignanta. That's the best thing I could come up with, to be honest, but it kind of works. It kind of works. Love the riddles. That would mean like the healer or renewer. I just posted it in chat. And yeah, Arda healed in Quenya would be Arda Envianta. I think I just missed the R. No. Okay, I think. Yeah, that is right. Envianta. Okay, good to know. So now listening to it 20 times definitely helped. I don't hear the N when he says. He says in Envianta. Maybe it's a different form. I'm not too like my grammar, my Quenya grammar knowledge is very little, so interesting. Yeah, that is true, that his magic can be even dangerous for others when healing. That's an interesting point. So it's kind of strange, though, of course, if he is considered a Balrog. Or Sauron, that he can put use. I mean, in theory, a Maiar can potentially do that. So I don't see the problem. Like, we know that, for example, the Witch King is also described somewhere as making use of his eyes, hence of his, like, he could change the weather, and I'm not sure how it's described in the unfinished, not unfinished tales. I think it's in the appendices of Lord of the Rings. Probably have to find the quote, but I'm not sure how it was phrased. Maybe I can find it really quick. because I know I wrote about it at some point. Bug. What on earth is going on here? Just see. I made a video some time ago where the quote is in it. Does somebody in chat know which one it was? It was one of the Elrond videos. I forgot though really which one it was. I think it's the end of Angmar. No, it must be earlier. It's the end of Isildur. Or no, it's the end of Angmar, of course. I assume it is Elrond, who's Elrond Part 6. Let's see if I find the quote. I mean, when the Witch King can do it, there's no reason why an even more powerful entity like Sauron would not be able to. Ah, I found it. It's in the appendix, it's appendix A. And it is basically the warning of the Lossos to Arvedui when the ships of Círdan arrive in the Third Age to get him from this cold place back to Lindon. And they're basically, it said, but the snowmen were uneasy, for they said that they smelled danger in the wind. And the chief of the Lossos said to Arvedui, do not mount this sea monster, the ship. If they have them, let the seamen bring us food and other things that we need. And you may stay here till the Witch King goes home, for in summer his power wanes. But now his breath is deadly, and his cold arm is long. So there is definitely like there are a few hints in this particular phrasing here. Kind of interesting detail. Oh, the Clueless Fangirl is here. Welcome. Have you seen the episode, Helen? What did you think of that? I can definitely see that you hate this episode because, like, the portrayal of Gil-galad might trigger you. If you have not seen it yet, or if you have seen it already. So far we had none of the polls. Maybe that's a good point. Now that you are here and we are kind of complete, we could how would you rate the episode? Question mark. Maybe it's a good point to get. We do the. Shall we go? Go for 3 out of like for 3 points. 1 out of 3 because then we have a point in the middle. So basically the decision options are: I don't like it. It was okay. It was good. bad. 2 out of 3. Because I would love to make 5 options, but on YouTube I can only make 3. On Twitch I can make, I think, 5, which I like better, but we are not on Twitch here. 3 out of 3. Good. Like, and yeah, the middle option is simply the middle. You just know what I mean with that. Maybe I explicitly write episode 5 so people don't get confused. Ask community. Very curious what people think of that. Okay, it's basically as I expected, kind of, like, it's no. So far it's pretty, like, a very controversial episode as expected. Some don't like it, some really like it. Of course, some are also in between. Oh, you're hungry, you have to leave, then I wish you, have a good meal and so. But overall, I actually think this was a good episode. Yeah, exactly. I would agree. I think it was a pretty decent episode, I have to admit. The weirdest part, of course, is missed some discussion about magic. Oh. Yeah, it seems like he's not aware of that Nori is even there. Like, he's very focused on his healing. And I also think his injury maybe came through him hitting the ground so hard and, I don't know, just releasing a lot of power. Das kann bedeutet von hohem Glanz, so. The problem with the names is they, in some versions, they have different names. The two blue wizards, but of course it's a good theory. Yeah, about the Mithril we also have to talk in a moment. But we found out he basically calls upon healing in Quenya. And that's what's happened, like renewal of his arm or something like that. Very interesting to hear. There was another scene. I have not looked into that yet. We also have like a very intense cut there at the end with a lot of scenes flickering back and forth. So in case people wonder, like there is like a flashback when he touches or when he does his shockwave. Let me just see how I bring this here on screen. Something like this. So when he looks at the screen, we definitely see a few interesting scenes here. Let me just see. This scene is when he's out of the meteor. Here we see his eyes. Then we switch to Nori's eyes looking at him. I assume that are Nori's eyes. Then we have the paper burning. And then cut back to what just happened there. And then Nori is just flying away. And the ice breaks. I hope her hand is not hurt. Like, I'm really worried that something happens to her hand. How's she supposed to follow her career as an elite pianist? I also don't think he's a blue wizard, to be honest. I mean, it could be wrong, but yeah, so far, okay. Now it shifted a little bit in the poll, but only 23 people voted. I would say this episode overall is a bit By the way, chat, I just noticed that here on my screen here we have these voice meter stuff, like these lines here on top. Not sure at the top right. I just forgot that I activated them. I'm not sure if this is kind of annoying for people. Shall I deactivate it? This little equalizer. What do you call this? Like, I don't know what the English word for it is. A spectralizer is the plugin. Is the name of the plugin. Maybe it shows when I'm talking or so that might be helpful for people. I forgot that I'd even activated that. So basically an accident. It fits to Galadriel's hair. Okay. Have you done anything new? Kind of like quite a few things, I feel, that we definitely learned in this episode. But yeah, I would end the poll here. Seems nobody is voting, but yeah, it's 34% said it's a bad episode, 34 said it's an okayish episode, and 30% said it's a good episode. So considering that 2 and 3 out of 10 are the neutral and the positive, you can of course also argue. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to interpret, but I still, like, for a long time it was pretty even between bad and good. So it's definitely a controversial episode. That's pretty clear. And that's, like I said, there was another scene earlier with the wolves. Like, wasn't there also something? Interestingly, this meteor impact scene, it is the second time we see it. I just noticed that after the moon scene, it also appears one more time. I'm currently watching the scene again. But it seems like he's not chanting in any voices there in that scene. Then the cut, okay. So, the stranger theory. For my new stranger theory, I would like to come back to that kind of in a moment, but I'm not sure if it's a good theory anyway. We need the Balrog for that. I think the first thing is he just repeats this healing phrase, I think. As Kate will want, I'm just watching that, so not much to say, I need to listen. I can't understand it. There's too much ice crackling there. Somebody has a better shot at understanding what he says. Maybe feel free to post it in chat. What's your take on the mystery report? We come to that in a moment. Oh. Yeah, like I said, we have to look into that in a moment. Isildur, I also need to name my marker here. Excuse me. That should work. Oh, Adar sun basing I already have. So we have also Valdrek giving a speech. Oh, that is also an interesting scene. I just checking something. Here we see the map again of Mordor that Numenor has. And I assume the mountain is... So from this we can maybe decipher some of the other writings. That would be interesting. Maybe very helpful for my moderator if he wants to do more transcribing stuff. Very interesting. But yeah, it's like... Sorry for slow pace here. Okay, I think next scene is the table, is the scene at the dining table, which we now finally can use for the next thumbnail when we do the next round table. Was looking forward to that. Yeah, the human sacrifices thing, like, yeah, it will potentially become a thing. We will find out. How much foreshadowing it is, hard to tell. But it definitely explains to us that Sauron and his evil friends are, not messing around. That makes sense. Oh, sorry, I didn't show you the screenshot. So here's the table scene. We've seen it in the trailers already. I think not that much is new to that scene. It's just a bit expanded, and the dialogue is kind of interesting. And I like how Durin basically kind of fools them into, yeah, I want that table. Very funny, in my opinion. Pretty funny little spin on that idea. That Durin is a little scoundrel as well, in a way. Yeah, that is true. There are a lot of elements that would make the show score very high, but some of the writing stuff, like story, character development, and so on, puts it definitely down. I would agree on that. Okay. Now we come to the interesting part. Slowly, but surely. This is probably the most controversial part lore-wise, I feel. I wouldn't go as far that they can't figure it out. I feel like at times they figure it out. They just have trouble to hold it up consistently, like the quality of the writing and some of the ideas. Sure, it would probably still pale in comparison to Lord of the Rings at the end, but in theory it could get at least somewhat close to it. In my opinion, it still has already surpassed a lot of the Hobbit stuff that was pretty annoying. So yeah, here we come now to Elrond, and he's having this explanation. He has to tell this a specific story that Gil-galad asks him to tell. And this is now a very interesting one. Yeah, the Song of the Roots of Hithaeglir. For people wondering if this song exists, to my knowledge, no, it doesn't. It was made up. And this is indicated by Elrond also. Yeah, it says it's an obscure legend regarded by most to be apocryphal. So the apocryphs is, for example, basically the opposite of canon. So basically all the material that is not part of a canon are considered, maybe not all of it, maybe there's a more fine line or better definition, but just in a general way is considered apocryphal. And it's usually the idea of canon is a term which has to do with the Bible, basically. It was at some point decided which texts will be put into the official canon of the Bible, and all texts that are not are considered apocryphal. What I think they are doing here is basically it's like, what do you call it, a wink to the people who know the books that this is not an official story. That is why it's apocryphal to the lore of Tolkien, like they made it up. So in this regard, I kind of like that they put in, if you want to call it a warning, if that makes sense. So that I found pretty fascinating. Yeah, the foundation of Rivendell is also later important for that. Yeah, I have no idea who the extras are, who these persons that were sitting there. We don't know, we don't learn that, and I think they're not credited in the scene as well. I would also even say it's definitely so far one of my favorite episodes. I could agree on that. Maybe. I'm not sure yet. I still have to think a bit more about it, but I also really liked episode 5. Yeah, but I think the it would be considered apocryphal, the Gospel of Thomas. But it depends on the religious thing. Like Catholics and Protestants have, I think, a different Bible canon. So they consider different books apocryphal. Yeah, a large part of. Well, that it's different for Tolkien. In a way, you are of course right. You could say it's apocryphal, but in another sense, there is simply no canon in Tolkien. I think the biggest difference is that there is no canon except maybe for Lord of the Rings, and maybe not The Hobbit. But beyond that, canon becomes a very complicated topic because so many versions exist, and it's not like it's not clearly which texts were written by Tolkien and which texts were not written by Tolkien. It's just he wrote so many versions of it and all was not done yet. It was often work in progress stuff. And it's hard to find out what is now the real deal and what not. Let me just look up the... that is too far. I felt like this particular scenario was very CGI heavy. With the Balrog and the hero. And what I found the strangest part about this particular idea is that they talk about an elven hero, if that makes sense. I would even like to listen to this story myself again. Of course, I can't play it here on stream. The problem is a canon is formed to, in my opinion, to have somewhat like a consistency. Like there are other, for example, other gospels that were written, but they are not considered canon because maybe they don't fit the narrative or whatever you want to call it. Like it's an interesting topic how the canon was formed a long time ago, but in this regard, it becomes interesting. But now we get to the interesting story part, and I want to look into that as well. So also Gil-galad says to him, recount it, Elrond Peridhel, which means Peridhel means half elven. I also like that Elrond just knows the story, kind of. So he also, like, it's very interesting. So he says, the story does not speak of honor, or it speaks of a battle. High among the peaks of the Misty Mountains, Hithyglir, for people wondering, is the Sindari name for the Misty Mountains. Yeah, not over honor or duty, but over a tree. And now comes a very strange sentence, and that's basically the part so far I kind of find this story okayish. The problem is this little sentence here, though, it is within which some claim, so it's a claim, it's not maybe even part of that particular legend, was hidden the last of the lost Silmarils. And that is strange, because we know kind of where the Silmarilli were after the First Age. And the Hithyglir was also an unusual place for elf activity in the First Age, because they were still in Beleriand. If we now, for example, go back to the map here, like here, on this map you see Beleriand, it's largely written here. This is where most of the stuff happened in the First Age. And then we see the Blue Mountains here. And the Hisaiglier is even further east than the Blue Mountains. Like here. All the way east, like the next big mountain range. And the elves, it's not like the elves were never there, but I feel like it seems a bit strange that he mentions the elves there. Or that there was a battle between a Balrog and an elven hero. Because when was it supposed to be? They fought about it for a tree or something. That is also strange to me. But I mean, why not? It's a mythological story. And those are always kind of interesting. But yeah, they're a hero of the elves, of the Eldar, and a Balrog fight. That's not unusual, because we know, for example, Gil-galad fighting a Balrog. We know Ixalion fighting a Balrog. We know, I don't know, in some versions even, I think some other elves fight one, but these are probably the most prominent ones. And they fight over this tree for no apparent reason, which in of itself is already strange. Why would the Balrog care about it? Also, why would the Balrog do this? In the Second Age, which is relatively young in the show, in my opinion, still, it wouldn't make sense. So is this a First Age story? Why would a Balrog, one of, like, in later versions, Morgoth had only like 5, 6, 7 of those. That makes sense. And why would he send one to the Hisaiglier fighting an elf or so? It makes very little sense for me. It always feels like, weren't they busy in Beleriand with all the war stuff going on there? It seems strange that he had time to fight over a tree. If it was later, then the Balrog would have been in hiding, because he does not want to be seen in any shape or form, and has to hide under the Hisaiglier. But yeah, maybe that is part why it is such a strange story. And why a Silmarillion would be hidden somewhere is kind of strange, because we know one of the Silmarilli is in the sky with Elrond's father. This was already established, I guess, in the show. Then one of them, that you can see him as a star. Then one of it was like Maedhros took his Silmarillion and threw himself into a fiery pit and died there, and the Silmarillion was in the earth. And one Silmarillion was thrown to the ocean, so it was in the water. But none of them was in a tree. Like, that feels very, very strange idea to me. I assume the idea is basically that the Silmarillion can cleanse the evil away, if that makes sense, and they cannot touch it, and the evil withers when it touches the Silmarillion. So they want maybe to give this property to the Mithril as well, and explain why the Mithril has this potential property to push away the darkness, if that makes sense. Yeah, that is true. According to Tolkien, no. I assume this might be Durin's bane. And yeah, even he, after the defeat, was in hiding. So like I said, I'm not the hugest fan of the Balrog inclusion in of itself, from a lore standpoint. So yeah, if we look into the Second Age again, here we see then Lindon, where they are talking, and then somewhere here on the Misty Mountains, we might have this weird scene here. Maybe they go up with the idea that the Silmarillion that was thrown to the fire and to the earth was lifted up by a tree root, but it seems still very strange, quite a stretch. Like, the idea is that it becomes part of the earth, and I don't know. I find this particularly strange. Yeah, Morgoth was I'm not sure if he was pushed into the void by that time already. But in a way it could have been after it, because the last two Silmarilli were in the crown of Morgoth, and he needs to be imprisoned at least, so that the Silmarilli would be available for Maglor and Maedhros. Maglor threw it into the ocean, Maedhros threw himself with it into a pit. We can even read in a letter that also Maglor with his Silmaril drowned. Maybe he threw it and drowned himself with it. Yeah, but yeah, Morgoth is already pushed there. Let me just check what Elrond explains here. But it's also just, it seems like it's not part of the actual legend with this detail with this Silmaril. Like, he says some claim, like some wild theory by the lore masters, that this might have been the case. Which I still find very strange, because it makes no sense, but... On one side fought an elven warrior. That I find strange. His heart was pure as that of Manwë. Here the pronunciation is a bit off. He says Menwë instead of Manwë, but whatever. All the light into the tree to protect it. At least the E is not silent at the end. Like, in a way, we have this fire, like this golden tree and silver tree, and he puts the light into it. The other tries to burn it. I don't know. It's kind of strange. And yeah, this must have gone for some time. It says, amidst their duel unending, lightning ensnared the tree. So basically they were there, and it took them a long, long time to battle over this tree, if that makes sense. And then at some day, fate decided to, like, I don't know, sometimes trees, especially if they are so alone, they might get struck by lightning. Let me just see if I find the particular scene here. And yeah, in this weird battle between these powers, and then basically what happens is that due to this lightning part, the roots basically went further into the Misty Mountains, and this created the veins of Mithril there, like this. That's why it's glowing, and I don't know. So what they tried to establish here, in my opinion, with this little story is several things. That, like, we know that if you use Mithril to make things out of it, like the armor, that it actually glows. And the elves call it true silver. And you can work on it and then make like a very hard metal out of it that, as we see with Frodo's armor, that it is really, really good at protecting people. for one. Like, it's very hard, but you can also form it and work for it. It's kind of precious, it emits light, and it seems very pure, so free of evil in a way. But at the same time, we know that it also has like a kind of a dark tendency when it comes to the Dwarven Kingdom. And it has to do with the Balrog. So they kind of try to unite all of these ideas in, like, put them into a big pot, and then come up with an interesting idea out of all of this. And we come back to this scene here in particular. Yeah, then they also mentioned this, the Silmaril. I mentioned that at the beginning. Who and why is the elf? I don't know. Like, there are not many elves that come into question for this particular story, if that makes sense. Like I said, the core story is not about the Silmaril. It is just that some lore masters claim that inside the tree was one of the Silmaril, which might be why the hero, the warrior, and the Balrog were fighting over it. But as said, it makes very little sense from a lore perspective. Yeah, it was just they just talked one of the Silmarils was hidden in that tree. And it's also a claim. Like, it seems like it is something that is outside of this legend itself. The basic legend is that this elven hero here and this Balrog are fighting over the tree. He gives in his light to the tree because, in a way, like, if he has the light of Valinor available to him, then that is the same light that is also inside a Silmaril. And the Balrog gave in his darkness and hatred into the tree. And then at the end it gets struck by lightning. And then, due to the roots digging deep into the mountain, this created the veins of Mithril. And so Mithril is basically a fusion, a bit of the darkness of the Balrog and the light of the two trees. And maybe a Silmaril that is also kind of in the equation. And we also learned that, like, Celebrimbor tested it, and the light of this Mithril is so pure that it can't be dimmed even by dark entities, if that makes sense. And later in Lindon, we then see the decay of Arda Mad, if that makes sense. That was a beautiful cut after that, in my opinion, which I want to appreciate in a moment. Found it. So here we see the trees decay, and Elrond is just, like, we discuss the decay in a moment. Let me just do a marker here. Place a marker here on my thing so I know. Find the scene in future scenes again. I feel like there are only a few ways where they can go from here. Like I said, they put in a lot of interesting hints at us, and it's really difficult for us to, or for me at least, to interpret those hints in a good way. I call Quentin didn't like the episode. Now, we did a vote. It was pretty controversial episode in a way. I kind of liked it though. I think it was, my opinion, one of the better episodes we have seen so far. Yeah, but the weird part about this legend is, from when is it supposed to be written? Because this can't be that long ago. If it's from the end of the First Age or so, it's just 1,000 years in the past. That's not too long ago for so many elves not remembering it, if that makes sense. Kind of strange. And if it's earlier, then the elves weren't in Middle-earth yet. Like, the elves are only, from this perspective, 1,590 or 1,600 years in Middle-earth. It's not that long. Yeah, as said, somebody said in chat, but the scene wasn't really presented as absolute fact. Exactly. I mean, yeah, the Galadriel, we discussed this like in basically every stream so far. That they made it very complicated to like her in this show so far. Yeah, Ixalion did not fought any Balrog. He fought Gothmog, the leader of the Balrogs. Just realized how long we're going. Yeah, I'm also realizing it slowly. But yeah, there are multiple. Like I said, this whole story thing that they're going for, they have not the most options available for it. Like, if we now bring this in context of Meteor Man in a way, I said in previous streams that it sometimes feels that Meteor, the stranger, has like a dark component to him. Like when he appears, we see the decay of the tree. And maybe the decay of the tree that we see in Lindon, and maybe the tree in Lindon is distantly similar to the tree we see here in this memory of this, of this non-canon story that we just heard. Like you can definitely see like there being some kind of connection between this and the decay here and the meteor appearing. So is Meteor Man, for example, a Balrog? Then yeah, maybe that is what they are going for. Maybe not though. That would be definitely one possibility to establish that. If that makes sense. Like they want to establish some plot points here, and they have to, that kind of make sense. And we know that when the first time we see this black, I don't know, vine scoop, whatever happens there, the first time we see this infestation or whatever we want to call it, is when the meteor appears. And so you could argue, is the meteor the cause of this? Or is it just like something other is the cause and the meteor is also just an effect of that? If that makes sense. And depending on how you answer that question, you can come to different conclusions, of course. But it seems clearly to me what they want to show us here. And it's interesting that we, a moment ago, when we were in the Strangers section, I did not make a marker there. Am I stupid? Yes. Find the right scene. Of course, I don't find it. I did not place a marker here for unknown reasons. Stranger, eyes, arm. So if we would connect this to the stranger in a weird way, like we have the Balrog, which is a being or an entity of shadow and flame. And I don't know, I said in previous streams that, and this seems very strange to me still, but I said that like the stranger has like this dark component upon him. Like he has force, he causes troubles, like bad omens appear around him. So kind of like like it's not like when Gandalf comes into a place, usually, as we know him, for example, as in Istar, usually things get better. And I feel like that is not necessarily always the case for the stranger so far. So you could maybe argue it's because his power is still not under his control, but in of itself, it's a wise, powerful entity of good if he would be like one of the wizards. So in a way, like, he should bring help to people, not hurt. That is his purpose. It seems strange that he has this dark component of this. And they have also the discussion about that if he is good or a peril at the very beginning of this. So they definitely play their cards here, in my opinion, pretty well, that people are confused about who this might be. And basically, I said maybe it is both of it in a weird way, because now we have this strange story with the Balrog and the hero. Maybe it's like he's the embodiment. Maybe this, because Elrond says that this fight here went on for a very, very long time, if that makes sense. Like for an eternity. And then the tree was struck by lightning, and then this is basically how how Mithril got created in the first place. But maybe now my theory here, which is a new one called with this information, what if it doesn't say what happens with the Balrog and with the hero after the tree is struck with lightning? So maybe what if they fused into some kind of being, and then, I don't know, landed again on Middle Earth, and now the spirit of the hero and the Balrog are still fighting in this entity over control. And depending on who is winning, he's helping or he's making trouble, and he can't control because there's something going on. Like the entity of the stranger seems to be a very, very conflicted entity, if that makes sense. And would also allow maybe the makers to take a bit of freedom without relying too heavy on entities like Telion, or like that is the Maya, not the high angel, but the angel who guides the moon. That would be a possibility who it could be. We know the Men in the Moon poem, which the hobbits have in their folklore, and we find it in the one poem we find in Lord of the Rings, and the poem from Lord of the Rings, and an additional poem we find in the Adventures of Tom Bombadil, which I find still a very interesting theory. And we see him also looking at the moon, for example, like the Men in the Moon. They definitely play this Men in the Moon theme, in my opinion, here at times. But it might come down to that they made something completely up, and it's basically two entities. And maybe at the end, the hero loses inside the maybe something triggers this, and maybe then the hatred, or maybe the darker side, the uncontrollable side, the fire side comes out again, and maybe it really turns out to be the Balrog at the end, like Durin's Bane or so. Would be very strange. We also saw like his arm, like you could say it's bruised or so, but it also his injury of the stranger really looked more like there's something going on inside him, if that makes any sense. If you look at this, it seems like he's corrupted from within. Like, I don't know, maybe the power he unleashed was more part of the Balrog power, and now there's some fighting inside him going on. If that makes sense. Like, we also see the veins here again, which is also a theme we know from the tree and so on. So I definitely think that this might be kind of related. And we have an elven hero, so he knows Quenya. The Balrog probably wouldn't know Quenya, maybe he knows. So you can explain like a lot with that theory, in my opinion. It's probably not the best theory, to be honest, but I feel like in the context of the show, you can see it as kind of making, at least to some degree, sense. Yeah, that is a big problem. Elbreth said nothing really happens in the plotline. Like the main plotline, which is about Sauron coming back, taking control, and terrible things happen, hasn't even started yet. And they are just doing so much setup. But I feel like we're slowly getting to the end of the setup with this episode, and I still felt like they from the setup episodes, it was still an interesting one, and kind of a few things happened there, and I feel like this episode finally stuff gets started. That's of course a possibility that their being is not used to it, but of course he still managed to fight the Balrog and kill it in several days of fighting. I feel like if they really wanted, they could definitely survive a little, not survive, but be less affected. Like Gandalf also fought the Nazgul, all 9 of them at once on Weathertop, and he lured 4 of them away. And his arm did not look like that. You could argue he had his stuff, maybe his power, maybe he was now more... Like, I can definitely see that still a lot of... this. My theory is not the right one for sure, but it's definitely a possibility, I feel. I'm not sure, chat. What is chat thinking about my theory? That this is maybe connected to the Balrog. And the story with the hero of the elves and the Balrog. Maybe this lightning fused those entities together, or trapped them in a way, and I don't know, when the meteor appeared, or when Galadriel opened the way to Valinor, or whatever, they were freed and now landed on this world, if that makes sense, as a new kind of being. What toilet humor do you mean? To be honest, my main focus was currently in the preparation, finding out what the stranger is saying in Quenya, and he says basically, I'm not sure if he begs for renewal, but he kind of repeats renewal or healing, what he says in this scene. Really interesting. And then, of course, connecting the series together, we talked a bit about the other big part. Yeah, several big parts. Now we have the story with the Mithril. We have to go deeper into that, I feel, as well. Okay, Ryan, that is a interesting theory. It seems like many people are not on my side here. I really like my theory, though. I think the fusion is Arda, but Arda is the world itself. The world is already there. The problem with the blue wizard is, where's his friend? Like, the two blue wizards usually go around. The problem with Gandalf is, like, if the only way you could implement Gandalf is as Olorin, and if Olorin comes to Middle-earth, he would not lose his memory, because he's a Maiar at full power. That makes no sense. Of course, they could just send Gandalf earlier to Middle-earth, but then a lot of other details simply don't work. So I don't really see this. Elton John is Sauron. Possible. it's not the teaser of the potential exploitation of Middle Earth. East by Numenor, a big reveal. Yeah, definitely. Like it's our friend has really some interest. Did Sauron went to Numenor? Yeah, it was already answered. Did Sauron went to Numenor in the books before the rings were forged? No. Long after he went to Numenor. I can maybe give you an example of the time difference in the books if I find the dates fast enough. So Sauron is taken to Numenor, happens 3,262 in the Second Age. So 3,262 years into the Second Age. The forging of the rings, or the forging of the One Ring, was around 1,600. So there are 1,600 years in between these events. Quite a bit. Half of the Second Age is between that. Almost. But roundabout. Yeah, that the idea why Isildur did not tell anybody what Kemen just did is really strange to me. I don't fully understood that either. Maybe he knows he and Kemen have to cover each other in a way because else they are suspicious to blowing up the ship, which they don't want to have the responsibility for. Man, like I said, it's really not that clear. Like we know that the Witch King had like a cold long arm, if that makes sense. So connecting cold to the Witch King would be possible. Connecting it then to Sauron, you could make an argument for that. Of course, he could, and Sauron could also make use of fire. So in a way, the Sauron theory is still not off the table for me. I'm not sure. Like some parts of him really feel like Gandalf or anything. I definitely see why people think it's a blue wizard, he's Gandalf or whatever, like one of the wizards. Yeah, definitely a possibility as well. But I feel like the overall theme of this character is just too much to the left and to the right side when it comes, or too much to the dark and to the light side of things at times. Like he has always this evil chanting. He loses control. He explodes. He almost hurts Snorri and so on. Like this is all stuff I feel like that would not happen to an actual Maiar. Even if the Istari come to Middle Earth closed in flesh and kind of confused, I feel like it's simply too much for this to make any sense, in my opinion. Like we just yesterday looked at I'm not saying he's Sauron, I'm just saying the theory is still not off the table. Let me just play the scene. You would say this here is completely normal, nothing dark about him, like this weird supercut of events with fire, and at the end Nori flying away and him shouting in dark voices and so on. Like I don't fully. I have to admit I don't fully see that. Like he doesn't seem like. I also see like the good guy in him, but I also see like definitely some dark side in him. Like he's clearly hurting Nori. She even like sheds a tear because I don't know, she fears he loses her hand or it hurts her or whatever. Like that would not nothing that would happen with Gandalf, if that makes sense. It was an accident. How many accidents are there supposed to be? Like, you know what I mean? It's just I get where you're coming from. That makes this character so interesting because we simply don't know. Like he has so many weird things. Like still he sucked out the life of these fireflies and so on. Like in one scene he behaves like Gandalf, and in the other scene he kills stuff or hurts people and so on. And then also like the actor plays it also really well. Like I have to give him credit for that. That is true, but all the Istari got sent there because they should do good in the world. Nobody came there to, I don't know, hurt people. They got there to be as wise advisors to help form a rebellion against Sauron. Like, and at the end, we also see like Nori is so scared, and Nori is usually absolutely impossible to scare. She runs away at the end without even saying a word. Like, also look how the actor here looks in this scene. Like, it looks kind of realizing, I don't know. There's something scary in this particular expression that he has here, I have to admit. It might be that Radagast later was kind of neutral. No, he was not neutral. Like, Radagast was also working against Sauron. He just lost focus of what he was supposed to do. He focused too much on the animals and on the nature part, but he helped Gandalf. He even saved Gandalf by accident. So it was not that he was neutral. He was not on the. It was not like he didn't care that the forests got infested and so on. I guess in his way he tried to counter that as well. But the wizards, like, I mean, the blue wizards' names in the last version Tolkien wrote about them is literally Darkness Slayer and East Helper, like for the blue wizards, for example. And Saruman, of course, had his own visions and he became evil later, but we are talking about very early wizards here. So there, I would assume all of them were much closer to actually fulfilling their thing here. He's suffering from multiple personality disorder. Yeah, maybe. It's the same. I 100% agree with you. That is why I think that the stranger might have two entities inside him fighting for control, like one dark entity and one light entity. That's why we got it in this particular episode where we learn again a bit more. We also learn about this Balrog and about this hero and something happening with them, and I don't know, which seems like a very strange story. Maybe the hero was not maybe the hero they mention in this story was not an elf. Maybe he was also a Maya, same as the Balrog, fighting for control. Like, I find that definitely an interesting possibility. So I could definitely see that these stories are kind of, this character's kind of connected. Like, if they make up a story like this, maybe there's even more to it. But he's definitely not human. Okay, I'm back. My theory is Sauron called for this being and he came, Balrog, but the contact with the hobbits turns him good. In the end, he chooses the good first through Eminem. First, though, Eminem will get him. Okay. Now, my theory is really that this story is connected to the stranger. Maybe I could be wrong, but it feels like too ambivalent. I hope it's Alatar, the high glow. And it's like a meteor. Interesting idea. I have to admit, the name, the etymology of Alatar, isn't that also kind of nebulous? We have to look into that. But yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a possibility that it's just a miss to explain the to explain the mithril. But I find it kind of strange that we get this story, and we have a character that also is like, feels like that too, like an evil entity and a good entity inside him is fighting kind of over control, depending what happens, like constantly going back and forth. Like, I find it too strange for him to be one of the wizards, if I'm completely honest. Like, I feel like it doesn't completely fit. Telion might be interesting, though. For example, we know that Aryen for a time was also deceived by Morgoth. So you could maybe argue Aryen had like also a dark side, which is possible for other Maya as well. Same with Osse, by the way. So also that is interesting, though it doesn't make sense that he's Aryan or Osse, but I kind of think still there is something going on to it. And I could really imagine, like, some people have this theory that he's like some kind of Balrog or so. But I don't know. I think, yeah, just said a moment ago, kill switch. But yeah, also, I said. Always a delay here in chat. You might fight the actual Balrog or something later. Like I said, the strangest part is that when the meteor appears at the end of I don't know what episode, yeah, it's in episode 1. Like here. We have one interpretation of it by Waldrick. Probably, why would he know that? It seems like he knows about something. And from this interpretation, he says that Sauron is coming back. Like, this is the symbol for Sauron returning, a star that falls. And then we have, like, the Galadriel jumps off her ship in this moment, kind of. And then we switch back to Gil-galad. I hope I can finally find the scene here. And we see this leaf falling down from the tree. And yeah, Gil-galad picks it up. And it's like the first time he sees this decay appearing. And it's interesting that it happens at the same time as the meteor appears. As I said, it's not clear what is cause and what is effect, but I would definitely argue that there is something. What could cause this kind of infestation? It must be a very evil entity that is powerful enough by just purely its presence to change stuff. And I feel like, I don't know, that is and not that many that could do this. Yeah, also the Firefly, not one, just one, multiple of them die. Yeah, like I said, I also really like the idea that he is the origin of this Hobbit myth that we know from the books. But yeah, it's really strange. Yeah, it sometimes really feels that the show is losing non-linear time, like really, really strange at times. Is a possibility that he that this decay appears due to Sauron to drawing the elves to do something stupid. But I would still argue, like, from the book's description, we know he never entered Lindon. Like, he was not allowed to enter. Gil-galad and Elrond and Círdan did not let him in, and so something is fishy about that guy. So Sauron was never really allowed there. That would be, I mean, you could argue the show simply doesn't care about lore details like this, but all I can tell, like, from my perspective, of course, I can only make assumptions based on what I know, and I know considering, and I know Sauron did not go to Lindon, so I would find that idea strange if he just goes there and poisons the tree in a way. Could imagine he contacted Celebrimbor, though. I would agree on that. But yeah, this is probably the biggest talking point I feel in this episode. What's going on with all the decay stuff? Well, to just conclude the rest of the episode, here we see like Isildur and his friend, I think it's Valandil, right? They discuss, and Isildur really wants to convince him, even gets punched quite hard. Then we have this ship scene with Isildur and his friend, the friend of a sister, of his sister, Kemen, who just wants to blow up the ships because he doesn't like the idea of the elves doing stuff, and he has his own ambitions, but they're not as far-sighted as his father's. So yeah, there's not much. It's kind of interesting. I was still surprised that there is something explosive on this ship. Like, what is this stuff that they're blowing up? Fuel or something? Just seems very strange. But yeah, it's kind of nice to see, though, that now a lot of characters are somewhat more established, and then things also start to work a little bit better. It's also interesting that Isildur really tries to be a stowaway on the ship to just get to Middle-earth, and I don't know what he was thinking, but very, very interesting to see. I kind of like how Kemen must feel. Okay, I came here in the middle of the night alone, sneaked on the ship to do terrible things here, and then I find a stowaway here. That's really an unfortunate accident. Like, what the deal is then later at the Haven with Isildur, I also have not fully understood yet, to be honest. He says something of a fisher boat, if I remember correctly. Yeah, all in wooden barrels wouldn't probably... It would not explode. It would potentially burn, but this explosion felt a bit exaggerated. Maybe it's alcohol? Let me just see. Let's sum it up. It was oh, there it was. It was a totally nonsensical but very funny. Yeah, kind of. Dear Chris, I think now we interpret too much in it. The whole thing, just good looking, nice music, but a little silly. Might be true, but still interpreting a lot of into it is also fun. Liquid TNT probably. Yeah, that's a good assumption. Yeah, that's true. The dwarven stuff was also pretty awesome again. So yeah, we have the discussion of Miriel and so on in Farazon about the decision. It's delayed later. Like, I have to look deeper into the Isildur stuff, and then we switch to Elrond and Celebrimbor, and they discuss. It seems like Celebrimbor is really scheming here a bit, and he has like a plan. He may be deceived. I don't know. He really gives the impression that he is maybe influenced by, for example, a guy from outside. Let's call him Sauron. But there's definitely a potential for that they had already contact, and this is basically what they are thinking of. But I don't know. Hard to tell. It could also be just his ambition. I can't really tell if he's honest or if he has something to hide, more to hide. What seems very strange, though, is that Gil-galad basically explains that the elves have to go, and if they don't go, like we see this in one of the next scenes, if they don't go by spring, they basically fade. And usually the process of fading takes like really a long time. I can kind of understand that the idea is like later Nenya, for example, is one of the rings of power, of the three elven rings of power that Galadriel later possesses, and it is made out of mithril as far as I'm aware, or at least mithril was used to make it. And these rings, all of them, if they're made out of mithril or not, doesn't matter, but all of them have the ability to preserve, basically. What this basically means is that they reduce the natural decay of Middle Earth and make it so more elven-like or more similar to what we see in Aman. So they kind of tried to give this healing factor over to the to an ability of mithril itself, and introduce it into the show, so stuff kind of works. I find that an interesting idea, but it really, in my opinion, makes it too hasty from my perspective for the elves in Middle Earth, especially this. Like only the Noldor then had access to mithril, but there are also a lot of other elven cultures that might not have access to this material. What are they doing? Just dying in next spring or so? That makes no sense. I felt like it felt a bit too forced, if I understood this correctly. Or is a Sauron? Well, I don't think so, but who knows? But yeah, there's definitely though the mention that, and also the way Elrond expresses it, explains it to Durin, it's also a bit weird because he says basically that their spirits fade, but it's basically first their bodies fade, and then of course their spirit would also fade because they're not complete without their body. So the the spirit, consumes basically the Roa, the physical form. And then they become like, rays, if that makes sense, elven rays, kind of. Or, I don't know, just spirits that are not housed, as Tolkien calls it in Morgoth's Ring. And that is not a state an elf want to be in. So that I find strange. I can maybe see that it's kind of dangerous for the elves when they lose their light. That they... How to say... When they lose this might be accelerate the process. Maybe you can make an argument for that, but I've still found it very strange that the time is they are so short on time. That feels like dramatized quite a lot. I don't fully see the reason for that. So yeah, in the meantime, Galadriel tries to convince Halbrand to come with her, and she's now a bit better at diplomacy, I feel. She also feels now kind of closer to explaining what is going on. She feels also betrayed, kind of. But yeah, it's very interesting to see. It seems to kind of help Galadriel to understand things a better. And we have Waldrek wants to join Sauron. Sauron, Adar, or whoever. As long as he can join, I don't know, the evil side. That I found very interesting scene as well. It's interesting the reaction of Adar, that he thinks Adar is Sauron, but he seems not to be happy to compare it with him. If that makes sense. So I actually definitely think that Adar is not really on the side of Sauron. He maybe wants to do his own thing, become like Sauron or a new Sauron or a version of it, and maybe that's why he needs a sword to maybe extract some power from it. I don't know. Very interesting to see. It seems like I would assume that later when Sauron shows up, that we definitely will see potentially how much more powerful Sauron is, or I don't know, more deceiving. I'm not sure. I'm very curious what they do with this character. It's currently a very interesting character, I have to admit. For the Adar spin-off. Yeah, I might fear though, like I'm still on the side of Hello Future Me, who said he's basically just a bad guy for season 1. And then we have like another little bonding scene between Arondir and Theo, when they basically practice shooting with a bow. Kind of a dark mood in this camp, I have to admit. Much love for Adar here. Yeah, we also learned that the sword hilt is a key. That I found interesting. Like, here we have like a classic. I feel like almost this is a what is it called? A Helm's Klamm Hornburg reference. Let me just see. As I'm currently naming all my marks I will need for later. So that's what the typing is going on. Like, look at this shot. Like, it looks like they're looking over the wall. In general, the whole idea, okay, they are like in an old ruined fortress and the orcs are coming at them. Definitely the Two Towers vibes that we get here at times. Quite interesting to see. Let me see if I find the key scene. Yeah, here it is. Like, there is a statue in this old place here. Dark sword, I don't know, key was Tiris. Hope I wrote this correctly. Kind of. Definitely an interesting scene that there's like an old statue. We can't see it in its full depiction, I feel. Was very curious what it might show us. I have not looked too deep into that yet. Really struggling finding that particular scene. A bit too small here. Okay, it seems like definitely has to do with some human sacrifice stuff. Let me just see. See, here's like a person down here, and this is the blade of the sword, and it's basically going through him. He doesn't look happy, so maybe it's also an orc. I'm not sure if it's a person. Definitely hard to tell. But it's also interesting that Theo reveals this sword. Also, what I found interesting, a little detail, notice this is the Tower of Ostiris, and if you play it forward, if you look here at the side, you notice that it's crumbling, like there's some stuff falling down. I found that very fascinating. Maybe it just is there to portray that the tower is not in best shape, if that makes sense, or maybe it is there that something, I don't know, there was like something rumbling in the distance or so that maybe shook the earth a little bit. Maybe it's a foreshadowing of, I don't know, the volcano breaking out or something. I found that a really fascinating detail. The Fred guy, they have only the rights for The Lord of the Rings, plus appendices, plus The Hobbit. That's what the right situation. They can make a series out of it. The film rights are not with them, so they can't make films. They can only make like a TV show. which is kind of interesting. And in Lord of the Rings and appendices, we get some of those hints, but not the complete story. I hope they can show us quite a bit. If we look into Appendix B, there's of course a mention of where do we have it? Yeah, that Sauron is taken prisoner to Numenor, and then Sauron seduces the king and corrupts the Numenorians. Then Pharazôn assails Valinor, 3319, downfall of Numenor, Elendil and his son escape. So that's basically these few sentences we have, and I assume they can make use of that. Probably some of the details, like the bending of the world, is not here in this thing. But it also seems they have some rights beyond that. For example, they could mention Armenilos, which is not mentioned in Lord of the Rings at all. So they could name it. On the other side, they could not name Ost-Inevil, and usually it's just called Eregion. Well, it's kind of strange. Yeah, we don't know the exact rights, but we still have like an statement from an interview that says basically the basic outline of the rights. There might be more to it or not, we don't know, but that's currently all we know. It seems like they have some additional rights. What those are, what this means exactly, nobody knows exactly, except for the people at Amazon. Yeah, I also like it when we'll maybe talk about this in a moment. When Durin repeats, lets Elrond repeat in whose hands the fate of the elves is. It's kind of funny. Styris Tower crumbling. Like, I don't know, it could... Was I the only one who thought when he saw that the tower is basically losing some rocks and so on, that maybe something is happening there in the distance? No, I don't know if they have rights to unfinished tales. All I know is what they said in an interview, and there they said they have no rights to the Silmarillion. I think maybe they even mentioned unfinished tales as a book that they don't have rights to. Though they seem to have additional rights to name stuff. But as I said, we don't know exactly. Yeah, this is also a fantastic little scene between Elrond and there, yeah. Elrond is kind of smart in a way in this regard, because some said that maybe Elrond was also deceiving Galadriel, but I don't think that he was necessarily deceiving her. I think he was worried about Galadriel and thought that maybe maybe kind of agreed with the king. I guess he was not 100% convinced if it was the right thing to do, but maybe it was at least some kind of thing that could potentially help her. So I don't see ill intentions with him. I see it kind of in this scene as well. Like, he's not trying to also deceive Durin further and let him believe that and so on and so forth, but he goes to Durin and tells him the truth, and that kind of I like about Elrond here. You could say it's all his believing and stuff is kind of naive, but I think he does the right call here in this particular scene. So I was happy with that. And because he mended their friendship, now, I mean, he was also standing at Durin's side when he had a tough day, and now he also stays at the side of Elrond when he is in trouble and is burdened. So I really like how they flesh out the friendship here. I think it's pretty interestingly written, though. I could imagine that, the scheming of Gil-galad seems to be strange a bit. Embittered. Yeah, maybe they got the rights to the Numenorian map. That is a possibility. Also, yeah, he says he wants raw meat. So the Gollum reference. And yeah, I also like this scene here in particular because it really shows, oh no, I have to deal now with my father to help him. It's basically this expression. What am I going to tell my father? A really cute scene. I like that a lot. So like I really love the look of Durin when he looks at Elrond. In whose hands is the fate of the elves? Oh, that's pretty awesome. It's 5% better than the Hobbit films. I would put more than 5%. But it depends on the Hobbit film. Like I like this, like I don't know, a lot better than the second Hobbit film, to be honest. Yeah, and we also noticed that Sneaky Gil-galad is also eavesdropping, if that makes sense. We also saw this shot in a trailer, so it now explains why he's standing somewhere up in some place. I'm not sure which scene it was. There was also one scene. Yeah, this particular shot here. I call it the Gimli look. Like, that's also how sometimes Gimli looks at Legolas, I think. I found that very cool. Pretty nice scenes. So next we see Halbrand thinking in his smithy. And he leaves back his talisman. And then a moment later it's kind of grabbed. But yeah, before he was just sitting there thinking on it, what to do. It's kind of interesting to see Halbrand so conflicted. That's also a reason why I don't think he's Sauron. And yeah, I think it's Halbrand who takes it. Like, this is his decision to do what Galadriel asks of him. Not sure if he likes it or not, but he's now put into an armor that even sticks out a bit compared to the other armors, but has some similarities. And yeah, it seems he goes to Middle Earth, and then we have this particular place here. Yeah, maybe he becomes a Witch King or something. Yes, definitely. Who knows what happens with him. So far, still an interesting character for the show, in my opinion. And that's true. I also feel like not all of the Hobbit films and stuff was worse, in my opinion. They had also great moments and so on, but I feel like so far, I like this a little bit more than a lot of the Hobbit films. And the Hobbit films had the right actors, Peter Jackson was directing it, and so on and so forth, and still they, I don't know, somehow added so many nonsensical things to that it also felt very off. The show is kind of similar, but it's also like the first season just came out, even though it's material-wise, of course, quite a bit. I would still argue, I would assume all these 3 Hobbit films are also 8 hours in length, at probably even more, right? Does somebody know the total runtime of all 3 Hobbit films? It's probably more than season 1 here has to offer with 8 hours. Yeah, Elendil's helmet, also pretty cool. Alban even gets a horse. Speaking of Elendil's helmet, here he is on his mighty horse with his mighty helmet. It's not just helm, not helmet. I don't know. Around 9 hours for the extended edition. Yeah, the extended is probably 9 hours, so right. Elendil's Hermes, yeah. Kind of, right? So yeah, and then the Numenorian army goes through the street and says goodbye to its citizens, to their fellow citizens, and they go to war and they throw flowers. Let me just put this on screen very short. I like that this guy here is smiling, like he's really having a good time. He is looking forward to whatever's coming. If I would be him, I would also giggling all the time. Well, all people are kind of happy. Earian, though, is not that happy because I think she's very worried about her family members. She probably doesn't like the idea that some elf just commands them. Oh. Karl Marx. You mean Farazon, right? Yeah, and Isildur also seems kind of happy. Karl Marxason, wow. Yeah, it seems like House of the Dragon people are very happy with the show, which is good to hear. That people have a good fantasy show to enjoy. I feel like though Rings of Power is also like it has the potential to become kind of decent at least. Like at least good. Maybe not as good, but good enough to enjoy it. Probably not for all the people. And then yeah, we are also very close to the end of the episode. We see now the ships. We saw this scene, I think, in trailer again, and I was right. These are the ships that will sail to Middle Earth, I guess. Only 3 out of 5. You definitely see that the Numenorians are still very early in their history when they have so little ships. Like later, they have like I don't know, the biggest sea fleet the world has ever seen, and even I don't know, it dwarfs the mightiest times of the Gondorian fleet. And here we have like 5 ships. A little bit little, in my opinion. Yeah, I feel though, I'm not sure. I forgot to ask Harry if he knows if season 3 is already filmed. Season 2 is already filmed, not 3. But yeah, I definitely hope they take some of the criticism and hope that they might deliver a smoother ride. But I feel like for season 1, they definitely have the problem that they have to do so much setup, and they did not do it too elegantly, in my opinion. Like the whole storytelling, writing often misses a bit of elegance. Though I have to admit, the Elrond, Durin, Disa, Khazad-dûm, even Celebrimbor stuff was pretty decent in my opinion so far. Like, there was definitely some glimpses of good ideas and storytelling there. I really like that. It's mainly the Galadriel part that feels strange. And I even feel like in episode 5, Galadriel also already got, at least for me, a little bit less annoying and a bit more understandable in a way. I just hope she develops a bit further from here for the upcoming episodes and seasons, which is to be expected. So, and it's not the fault of the actress; it's fault of the script. So that also it's not the problem. Like, so many things could have gone wrong. Like, the cast could have been horrible or not working, in my opinion. But that is not the case. It's something that can be kind of fine-tuned. I just need to get rid of all this. Oh, filming. Oh, that's good. Spielkalb has the inside information here. Filming for season 2 starts in October. That's unusual. Very curious how the filming stuff will work out. Because it seems like they now... The problem with the show... I don't know what they were thinking. I assume they potentially already filmed parts of season 2 in some way. Because the problem I see is that they now move from New Zealand to England and film in England. So can somebody imagine how is this supposed to work? That's so strange to me that they switched the location. Are they now only filming in front of of LED screens? That would be very unfortunate because the natural stuff and so on is always pretty nice. Yeah, then we have, like, at the very end, Galadriel and Halbrand on the ship. Galadriel now in her badass armor. They didn't explain us what the deal with the armor is, though. And as said in the studio filming in London, sounds in Scotland. Like, but why would they then build these set? Like, isn't this set here, the Numenorian set, built in New Zealand? Yeah, for sure. That, like, the landscape, I guess, could kind of work, but haven't they built massive sets already in New Zealand and stuff? Why would they not use it anymore? It seems strange to me. It would be fun if they really start with a distraction. Well, she was quite a time in Numenor, I feel, and we don't know how much time now passed. Like, it could be... We definitely know that quite some time. I agree, though, usually, like, a custom armor design like that probably would take several weeks to make. But maybe the Numenorian smiths are really fast in what they're doing. I don't know. The producer said that it's like a gift or something like that. Maybe it's an old elvish armor or so of an ancestor of Galadriel or so. I don't know. Spare armor, yeah, potentially. Again, we have another, like before, we also had like the scene with Isildur reuniting with his friends. Maybe should mention that as well. I have to admit, though, the armor looks pretty decent here. I can't remember, though, how Isildur's other friend is called. One is Valandil, and the other starts with an O. I forgot the name. Ontamo. Ontamo means, interestingly, a mason or sculptor. Kind of interesting. I feel like in this scene, stuff doesn't look too printed, to be honest. Like, even there's some tear and wear here and there. You could maybe argue it looks a bit plastic, maybe-ish. Oh, I forgot to show the scene here. Like, here it doesn't look too printed. But yeah, kind of interesting to see. I don't mind the armor too much, to be honest. Like, I got used to it. We will see. The Galadriel's armor looks pretty decent. But here in this shot, in my opinion, it's pretty okay. Weta Workshop did the production for this show, yes. So 12 minutes 41. It's kind of funny. It is strange, but at the same time, it's kind of funny. It will take me a moment to find that particular scene, I feel. 12 minutes, dude. I have no idea where 12 minutes are here in this massive thing here. I like how Isildur is pretty ice cold. Elendil is pretty ice cold towards Isildur. Yeah, you mean this particular scene? Like the cross is already there, but he makes it again. Yeah, that's just a nitpick, though. Maybe they had to reshoot this multiple times or so. I don't know. Maybe it was supposed to be edited in post production or so. I don't know. Would have been possible, in my opinion. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. Good catch. He's double checking his math. That is a good point. I would do so myself if I could do math. Maybe it was a miscommunication or so. Maybe the close up was not supposed to happen there, or he didn't know it happened. I don't know what they were thinking. The nagging and ranting. Yeah, well, what can I do? Still, I have to admit, now going through the complete episode with you people, I have to admit I really liked it. Like, it was not a bad episode in my opinion, any shape or form. It's not a perfect one either, but it was definitely better than I liked it more than the last one for sure. Notice those weird things. Yeah, there are a lot of weird things. Yeah, things coming together for sure. Like the plot lines connect and so on. Very interesting. I still think it's kind of fascinating how much weird setup stuff is going on. If we go back to the stranger, like there's so many possibilities. Also, this is like also an old ruin or so. Potentially also built by Morgoth. And then the interaction with the water is kind of interesting. Yeah, it has definitely the feeling of setup. Like it is again setup. And I mentioned it I think in the last review. I had the bad feeling that the setup continues, and it did continue, but it wasn't too bad. Like I feel like okay, now very slowly the story is actually moving forward. And I can see when people think less of Tolkien that they maybe enjoy the show a little bit more. Now, of course, I can never not think that it's Tolkien, but I don't mind. Like, I expected a lot of changes, and it's kind of fun to working those out and find and see what's going on. Like, especially this part here has me really confused. Like, now we have eyes. There are not that many characters that are known for creating eyes, except for the Witch King, I guess. But yeah, also it really felt like this episode, some characters made like a little leap. Also, we didn't talk about, just now, all things considered. Let's further into the episode. We didn't discuss that they potentially have killed Rowan here. We didn't talk about this scene, like, pretty extreme, but I don't know, if you never go full Morgoth. Gotta run. We'll wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you for joining. Northlive. Very nice to see you. I will also end the stream shortly because I said I need to work on a review of that episode. Very curious what I put into that review. Not gonna lie. I hope I can kind of finish it fast, because why not? I think the biggest plot points here in this are anyway the speculation about the stranger, about the Mithril. And as said, the Mithril has, like, in a way, when they put the connection, if we now return again to the Mithril debate, let me just think in which place I have it locked. Here it is. In this Mithril debate, if they connect it to a Balrog, they kind of imply that it has maybe a dark tendency, but it has not. The reason why it led to the doom of the dwarves is because the dwarves got greedy, not because Mithril is a bad thing. And I hope that this is, I don't know, portrayed later in the show a little bit better, so that it makes more sense. I was happy that Harry warned us about the controversy, yeah. We don't know what the actual backstory of Mithril is. We know it is used to make Ithildin, which can only reflect the light of moon and starlights. We have seen it on the doors of Durin, on the west gate of Moria later. So we know you can form it into something that seems to be somewhat tied to moonlight, and as a result maybe tied to the light of the silver tree, because that is where stars and moon got their light from, at least some of the stars. As a result, I would argue, yeah, maybe it has to do with exactly that, but it's just a theory. It's never really clear. We don't know that much about Mithril from the book's perspective. He's a drunk homeless guy. Yeah, I also find the stranger quite interesting. It's kind of at least fun speculating about it. Balrog is the leader of the Union of Mithril Miners. Yeah, probably. That's a good theory. But yeah, I did not expect to see it's like a little apocryphic origin story, if apocryphic is even a word. Exactly. Originally, Eregion is built because the dwarves found Mithril and the elves had interest in that as well. So the interest we see in the show, the difference is though that Eregion is already there, but without the knowledge about Mithril. Maybe the show kind of implicates that Celebrimbor and Gil-galad knew about Mithril being in the Misty Mountains, and it was maybe only a matter of time till the dwarves find it, and they noticed that the dwarf activity increased in the past, so they could maybe conclude maybe they found it. And that is very interesting thought when it comes to this, that they concluded this, and maybe that is what this expectation led them to build Eregion there. You could make some strange arguments, in my opinion, in this direction, though I still feel, I don't know, this story is really strange. I'm kind of okay with it, but I don't really like it. Especially the lightning, like, there's no... You could maybe argue, like, he mentions, Manwë is mentioned, like, he has a heart pure as Manwë or something like that. Elrond mentions here in this context. And, of course, Manwë is kind of like the king of the Eldar, but also distantly a sky entity, if that makes sense, because he sends clouds and he sends his flying great eagles to do stuff. As a result, you could make an argument that he maybe could control lightning as well. I mean, Gandalf also could control lightning to some degree, according to some statements he made in Lord of the Rings. And he is also a Maya of Manwë, but also was of some others as well. Very interesting. At least Gandalf was chosen by Manwë. Looked like the fight in the first age. Yeah, if we think of, for example, Glorfindel fighting a Balrog. I mean, maybe this references Glorfindel in a weird way, minus the tree. So there is some potential here and there, but what do I know, right? This picture does look pretty epic. Yeah, it does. So I feel like it's very CGI heavy, this picture. Like, I mean, it's a Balrog, of course, it has to be CGI in a way. But I feel like, for my taste, it looks a bit too CGI-y. My money's on the Balrog. It's an interesting idea, like that the lightning fused it with a mountain or so. But it's interesting that the story leaves out some detail. Especially what happens after the tree is hit by lightning. That is a very interesting question, in my opinion. Because if we now look at this particular scene here, we see the Balrog and the hero are gone. Lightning comes for Erendil, or from Manwë, also a possibility. But still, Mithril is considered not a metal, unlike gold. That, like, gold has an evil tendency, as Tolkien writes in the in Morgoth's Ring, but silver has not, and this is true silver, so it's even better than this. So I find the connection with the Balrog strange. But what if this lightning strike is like an intervention of the Valar in some form, and maybe, I don't know, morph these two beings into the stranger, something like that. And they were maybe put outside the confines of the world, and then re-entered the world later again, something like that. I don't know. It's not a really good theory, I have to admit. But I still think there might be some connection there, because, yeah, I don't know, I don't fully see, like, of course, it could be Gandalf or Radagast or maybe even Saruman. It could, of course, also be one of the Blue Wizards. It's just so many options. I still would say Sauron is also not off the table, in my opinion. And I would now even say with this particular series that also, like, it, at the end turning out it becomes a Balrog or something like that. It's also not completely excuse me. It's also not completely from off the table. Evening Star, lightning from the Silmaril, light from the Silmaril, feeding light of the first trees into the Mithril vines. Yeah, it's definitely possible that this is like the connection that I want to show. Okay, the light of the two trees is also in this material, in Mithril, and that is why it can't be diminished. And they can use this to make their realms, or like bring this light back into their realms, and with this light, the decay is slowed. Though I still find the deadline really, really strange, I have to admit. But okay, people, I have to end the stream because, as said, I have to eat now. I'm really hungry because I eat a few snacks, but I did not even have real breakfast today. So, and we did quite a bit. As said, we could figure out what the what is it called? The stranger says. He says, like, I don't know, renewal or healing, which I find very interesting. And also he speaks Kala means light. He also says this a few times. The other words I could not understand, sadly. If you know more, let me know on Discord or so. Write me a message on Twitter or I don't know what. Very curious. Please, Chris, we need you. Don't worry. I have to now. I also will do a review today. I hope I can finish it soon. And this review will give me, yeah, I hope I get it out fast enough this time. And the analysis of this episode, which I'm kind of looking forward a little bit, though we might focus in that more on this particular stuff here. Yeah, like I said, I'm still working on the episode 3 analysis. As you can imagine, it is out for 2 weeks and I'm still not done. But I don't know, it's just a slog to produce this particular one. So yeah, in case you watch this as a VOD, feel free to press the like, or even the people now in chat, feel free to wait until the stream is ended and leave a nice comment. I appreciate nice comments most. Or press the like button if you have not done so yet. Let me just... Okay, OBS did not crash. Awesome. Still didn't update the stuff. If you want to support me in any shape or form, as said, you can use... in previous streams, there's always the options for the channel membership. But of course, just watching my videos, maybe muting your tab while the ad break is running or so also helps. Beyond that, as said, channel membership, if you have Twitch account, and can also give me a Prime sub on the Twitch channel, or subscribe there if you want, if you prefer that. No Patreon, not planned so far. But yeah, that's basically it. As said, we might make a watch party this evening or so, and then we maybe discuss what I learned in the meantime a bit more after the watch party or so. Yesterday I streamed the first 2 episodes on Twitch. I might even consider streaming tomorrow or so again, and then if I have the time, then we watch 2 more episodes, or maybe all 3 on Twitch, so we are caught up. I really want to do stuff. Galadriel presses the like button, Losorian. Definitely possible. Yeah, but again, enough rambling here. Thank you people for watching. It was a lot of fun today again. And I know this episode might be quite controversial, but so far I had a good time with it. So thank you for watching, and see you people later today. I'm not sure when I will schedule the watch party yet, but let me just eat something and then I think about other things. But yeah, so again, thank you and see you next time. Goodbye.